So one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I did while we were actually playing the game is I wanted to make sure that I actually do all four of the. I wanted to make sure that I did all four of the divine beasts, but before I do any of them, I have to go to Kakariko Village and Hatena Village and the Akala Highlands because those are three story important places. All right, set myself up here. Um, Still got all these stuffs that we have here. Not that. There we go. Venture log. Seek out Impa. Um, so yeah, one of our first missions. So I was trying to remember what that was. One of our first missions is literally uh to go to that tower right over there. We could get this tower right here because we did see some actually we could go to that one first. It is let's edit stamp the green light. Okay, where is it? There we go. I see it now. Ugh. Forgot which button it was because I switched my my run and my jump buttons back. There we go. So one of the interesting things that I really like about Breath of the Wild has always right, it's the not that. There we go. I don't know how I avoided that. That was astounding. Okay, cool. Got some items. One of the things I've always appreciated about Breath of the Wild, I kind of mentioned this at the end of yesterday's stream, but it's a very quiet, relaxed game. And that is to its detriment sometimes, where the game... Okay, so I remember when Breath of the Wild first got announced, and I'm not talking about, like, the Zelda for the Wii U trailer and the sparse little bit of gameplay at the Game Awards that following year, like a year later. Um, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, when we first found out the name of the game was going to be Breath of the Wild. When... Am I actually gonna have enough stamina to get up here? I think I might. Like, without using any, stamina regeneration. I did? Huh. This is not the one that had the Korok at the top of it. Dang it. Uh, um, so, I remember I was listening to a lot of takes on the game because I wasn't really that big into the, into, into even Breath of the Wild at that point. Sorry, I wasn't into, Zelda as much as a franchise. But I did follow several people that were. Oh, Soup Ladle. Stop it. Rusty halberd. Got him. Oh, I guess I got the rusty broadsword instead. Okay, I got some extra arrows. Come on, I can do this. So bad at timing. I like how it did the little, like, trill for, oh, you did something cool, but then nothing actually, like, came out. Because this isn't actually a real enemy stronghold. Okay, so to get back onto the topic I was talking about, just pick up that halberd. Rusty shield over the pot, yeah. Throwing spear. This is the rusty claymore. No. I don't think I'm gonna give up anything else for that. Okay, going back to what I was saying. One of the YouTubers I was watching had come back from E3 because he was over there. And I think he may have deleted the video afterwards because it kind of got a little bit real, but like he was talking about how kind of depressed he was after looking at Breath of the Wild. And it wasn't because he thought that the game was going to be bad. He thought that the game was going to be great. Like, he was talking about, like, all the, like, cool stuff that was going to be in the game. But seeing a world that he, as a kid, found so much joy in exploring each and every game of the franchise, like, seeing the world in this destroyed and desolate manner, no real music, and no real, like, characters, but it's all open, and it's all like this, like, made him a little bit sad. Oh, this book, okay. We are gonna read this, but, like, okay, I hid 8 priceless relics stole from the Hyrule Castle in treasure chests. The ancient mask lies at the ruins where soldiers gathered. From there, the waters of Lake Colombo are visible. The green garments of the man who wished to be a fairy are hidden in the ruins of Hyrule Field. Find these places at the ruins where trade flourished, at the ruins where sinners were imprisoned, and at the village ruins next to farmland where many people once gathered. The Princess of Twilight, whose stories were handed down alongside those of the Hero of Twilight, her helmet can be found at the temple ruins soaked in the waters of the Regencia River. armor won by fierce phantoms, feared even by heroes, is hidden in the ruins of Hyrule Field. Find these pieces at a battleground where brave souls test their skills, at ceremonial grounds where royal guards are honored, and at the ruins where the soldiers of Hyrule gathered. EX is written on the last page. Okay. So basically all of those are the EX treasures from the DLCs. It's gonna just fill us up with side quests. No, not that. There we go. Some amber. Okay. And one thing that he said really stuck with me, and I've always kind of held to that. Like, even after all these years of playing this game and now being really into this series. Okay. Is he said that it gives him hope that the end of the game, or whatever is happening afterwards, doesn't reset the world, but wears its wounds well. Because some of the best stories in fiction are stories about what happens after a world is decimated and people pick it back up. Pick up from the ashes. And I think that's a really neat take to have. I just wanted to make sure that that didn't show up on the mic. My heater turned on. But yeah, it's like... Sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah, I could definitely see that the sequel might have some problems, but like I and a lot of other people just haven't had the opportunity to like look into the game yet. So a lot of it is still a mystery. It's, like, I distinctly remember when this game was first coming out, people had like a lot of problems with it. Like, people still to this day make fun of the weapon durability in this game, but I've always felt that it was kind of neat to have a game where you couldn't even reasonably rely on the gear that you have. So it felt like it was more of a struggle, but like, that's just me being kind of weird and liking games that are like that. Yeah, but it's like every single time that I try to I almost got it. There we go. One fall. Drop. Whip. Take shield. Okay. It actually feels like we're accomplishing something. Like, I walked through here and I got, like, some stuff, but, like, Not really too much. There we go. Okay. We just need to veer a little bit north. I have no idea what Link was doing there, but I got over that wall. Yeah. I remember someone talking about Minish Cap at one point. And what they said was the reason why they liked it is because the entire world felt like one big puzzle. Like, the dungeons were a bit smaller, but that's okay because the entire world felt like they were all part of like one giant dungeon. And it's really interesting because I rarely ever hear people talking about Breath of the Wild in the same way, which is interesting considering that they added in like the Korok seeds, they added in the yeah, they added in yeah, they added in the shrines to make little mini dungeons. Like it's rather interesting. What? Okay, switching to I guess I was still in the middle of an animation. Keep crouching on accident. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, I'm not... It's not the fact that I'm not looking forward to or don't want to look at any of the leaks for Tears of the Kingdom. My biggest my biggest thing is that I distinctly feel that there are a lot of franchises that work better on your first playthrough. And I honestly feel that people made such good memories the first time going through Breath of the Wild that it actively, like, ruined certain other games. Like, I actually know a person who can't play Skyrim because people were comparing Skyrim and Breath of the Wild for so long that when they actually played Skyrim after Breath of the Wild, it felt weird. They're like, no, this isn't really the same thing, and I would rather just go back. But, hey, there's like a little sign here. Lake Hylia, Dueling Peaks, and Hatena Village. Okay. Yeah, let's go a little north. Did I already get that one? Yes, I already got that one. What were the two I was missing? It's the one that's behind the mountain, and it's the one that's like right here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I hope that, like, we haven't seen too much of it, but from the gameplay and the analysis thereof, of Tears of the Kingdom that I've seen, like, I am led to believe that there are a lot more dungeons because when you look at the divine beasts as a whole, they make a package. They make a package for the game that's pretty good. Like, they take the place of the dungeons, with Hyrule Castle being the fifth dungeon. And if you really want to be pedantic, technically, like, that's about as much dungeons are usually in Zelda games. But I understand people want, like, actual themed dungeons and not the exact same thing as the shrines, like, literally 200 times. Boschkala. Okay. Um, yeah, they're way too short. Again, like I distinctly remember people saying that like it was about the size of like two shrines, like on the inside of it, which again, this shrine is relatively simple, and you can already see how everything works out from the very beginning, because this is clearly the shrine that you're supposed to go to first if you're just following the path. And so you stand right here, you go like, okay. I completely pressed the wrong button. Because I moved back the X's jump button, now cancel is not pressing jump again, and it's so awkward. I can't actually tell which one I like better. Can't believe I messed that up. Let's heal. There we go. I don't think it ever was. Huh. I think you literally just have to press the run button every single time you want to get off. And there we go. Cool, a claymore. But yeah, like I've mentioned this a few times that I am a that one of my favorite styles of game is an open world free exploration type game. And Breath of the Wild being that basically makes it my favorite Zelda game, like, automatically. But I will say that there is that just saying like, oh, it's my favorite Zelda game, so all of them are lesser. That's not really true. Like, my favorite story in a Zelda game will always be Twilight Princess because I really like what they were doing with that. And my favorite moment in a Zelda game uh, is is a tie between is a tie between Skyward Sword and what am I blanking right now? Is a tie between a moment in Skyward Sword and Wind Waker. And I could never. That's the other DLC stuff. Oh hey, I forgot that there was a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 crossover thing. Uh, yeah, Ocarina's Shadow Temple was pretty good. Especially the version that you play when you're still Child Link going into there for the first time and you don't really know what's going on. This is not actually a real dungeon, but like it's still got some stuff going on. Uh, my favorite actual dungeon in a Zelda game will always be the cistern from Skyward Sword. It is such a visually impressive dungeon that I that when I hear people say to just skip Skyward Sword because of the no, I mean the bottom of the well, which is the because the idea is that when you're Kid Link, you're doing these three mini dungeons that resemble the dungeons that you do as Adult Link. So it's like you have the Forest Temple, but before you do that, you do inside the Great Deku Tree. Before you do the Water Temple, you do inside Jabu Jabu's belly. And the one for the Shadow Tower is bottom of the well. Yeah, but it was like stuff like that. I don't actually know if that's a graphical glitch or not. Like, I'm actually just like so hard trained to think that everything is a graphical glitch. Let's see if we could actually do this. Wait, I think I made a stealth food. No, I did not. Huh. Okay, stealth food. An elixir for stealth. No, I actually want to make I'll just get rid of these two items from my inventory at once. Ooh. Yeah, people always hate on the water temple, but I was watching someone do the water temple for the first time, and he basically just looked at his Twitch stream, like with question marks, going, "Are you telling me that you hated this dungeon for years because you were a little kid who didn't understand relative placement of items? Like, come on." Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't want to take. I want to sneak strike. Stop. Stop. Spiked shield. There we go. Oh yeah. Uh, sorry, I was just reading that. Uh, I wish I was more into randomizers and like stuff like that, but I'm just. Eh. Like, it's not the fact that like randomizers bore me. It's the fact that I personally do not see the appeal. Maybe it's maybe because it's the part of my brain that is looking for an experience. And when you have a and when you take the core idea of the game and you kind of separate it all out, either you are whoops, completely fell off there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the part of my brain that shuts off enjoyment if I can't connect pieces together. Uh, it's kind of like being told yeah, it's kind of like being told the answer to a mystery story. Where it's like, I can't engage with what's actually going on because I already know where this story is going. You jerk. Adds a lot of different ways of doing stuff. Yeah, it yeah, I could kind of get that, but like again, there's just something in my brain that doesn't that can't enjoy it unless I'm enjoying the actual, like, story. Oh, they're there. There we go. I kind of like I kind of like the Korok puzzles that ask you to, interpret an area and kind of move things around or shoot things that are out of place. Something about it is just really funny to me. I should probably should do that, actually. What items do I have on me? Whoops. I guess, jumping backwards with a, from an attack that is coming straight down is a bad idea. Okay, we're almost there. Twilight Princess Randomizer might be interesting. I've never actually seen someone do that one. It's usually just people doing, Ocarina of Time. Which is interesting, because I think the first one was the Majora's Mask one. As you could tell, my favorite strategy is to do that instead of trying to parry the attack. Okay, let's switch to the hammer. Hey, rupees! Red rupees. So, there have been times in which I've tried to, do something very funny and very specific. I would consider it a lucky run of this game. If if I end up finding a rupee on the Great Plateau. Like, that might sound kind of simple, because you could just pick up a rock, and you could sometimes just find 5 rupees under it, just like I was talking about. But you would actually be surprised. Ooh, blackened crab. We actually picked up a lot of rupees from just doing this area. I'm actually surprised. Include the ones from the rocks. Look at that. We got 10 rupees from rocks. That's funny. Quickly, I'm actually gonna make... There we go. Mighty carp. There we go. Payroll bass. There's no pot over here. We could try to run all the way back over there. But I think I would just rather get this chest. We're getting closer to that green spot. 1 second. Like, this is why I said that I would try to not get distracted, because I knew for a fact that I was going to get distracted. All I had to do was walk in a straight line. All I had to do is catch the train, CJ. But, like, this is just how my brain works. Shock arrows. Neat. Let's see if I can try to hit that. Wait, no. It's always something like that. It's always something incredibly simple where it's like, oh hey, look, it's something I can interact with. More than likely, it is a Korok seed. Cool. Raw meat. Saw that you were over here. Don't you lie to me. There you are. Octoroks are really funny. Like, they think they're hiding. Like, they think they're being stealthy, but they're not. Yeah, I do not doubt that anything involving a project involving Ocarina of Time is the thing that is the most fleshed out and thought of and thought about. It just makes the most logical sense since that's the most well-liked Zelda game. Like, I'm not saying this to demean people, but saying that Ocarina of Your Time is your favorite Zelda game is kind of... It's kind of very basic. Like... Not even try to hide. I feel like it's a pretty good game. It is one of the all-time classics. But I also feel like a lot of that favoritism of Ocarina of Time comes straight out of nostalgia, and I'm not really sure if it's literally because I skipped it growing up and didn't grow up with it that I have these sort of like like it's almost like an anti-favoritism, you know, where it's like if it's Ocarina of Time, I just expect people to like it or not have anything bad to say about it. And so whenever I see someone, because recently I saw someone do a video and they mentioned something that they didn't like about Ocarina of Time, I thought they were joking. I was like, oh, you're like actually serious right now. Yeah, and to be honest, like, I would say Breath of the Wild is my favorite Zelda game, but it's not because, like, it's hard to say that it's my favorite Zelda game and then go to say the only reason why I like it is because it vibes with me. Let's see. I wanted to make Mighty Carp for increased attack power. Hold that. Hold this. Cook both. There we go. There we go. This is gonna come in handy for certain things. Hello. Oh, customer, are you traveling alone? This inn gets full marks for beauty, so I highly recommend taking a rest here. The river here makes for some lovely scenery, and if you head northeast from here, you'll find the Millennium Sandbar. Scenery there is every bit as lovely as the scenery here. Something of a connoisseur of beauty, you see, cannot help but resist a beautiful sight. Try to exude this in all things, not least of all my own beautiful appearance. Speaking of, has anyone ever told you have the most beautiful features? I do have many fond memories of this beautiful land. If you have the time, would you indulge me? Sure. Oh, you would? Even more beautiful on the inside. Now let's see. If you head north through Hyrule Field, you'll see the castle surrounded by that foul aura. It has long been a den of monsters, but in its glory days it was surely a thing of wondrous beauty. In that very castle, in those days that my ancestor, I believe my grandfather's grandfather, I believe. Anyway, he worked as the castle's appointed chef. I couldn't believe it myself. Oh, how I wonder what sorts of cuisine the royal members of the royal court enjoyed in those good old days. As a child, I would often suffer meager meals, all while dreaming of the beautiful dishes that might have graced my plate. Ah, if only the things had been different. Gourmet spiced meats, seafood curry, mushroom risotto, egg pudding. Oh my, I think I'm salivating. And it's my pursuit of those childhood dreams that explain the fabulous body that you see here. These days, I enjoy my time working at these stables, sharing my tales of beauty with any traveler willing to listen. But I still wonder, what could have been? Anyways, excuse me, I seem to have caught myself prattling on. The look upon your perfectly symmetrical face and discussing meals of beauty has rekindled my desire. If you had happened to set foot inside Howell Castle, could you find it in you to keep an eye out for a cookbook? Maybe one lying around somewhere in there. I'm simply dying to finally have to sample the food of the royal court. Yeah, sure. Have you gone to that giant castle north of here? That's Hyrule Castle. It's said to have fallen to ruin over 100 years ago. I was just sneak in there to salvage ancient treasures. It's too dangerous to go in there now. These days it's surrounded by an eerie mist and savage machine-like creatures. Back when it was safer, I went in looking for this ultra-rare equipment that once belonged to the Royal Guard. The legendary among collectors, but I was never able to find any. Neat. So, oh wait, 1 second. Wait, no, not that. Can just replace. We're gonna do this shrine really quickly, and then I'm gonna explain why I actually went out over here, instead of just immediately going through the Twin Peaks. Yeah, the N64, it's really hard. Like when people correctly point out that the N64 has a terrible controller, people are like, "But I was able to I was able to know exactly what was going on as a kid." Is like, "Yeah, sure. Uh you're a kid and you're trying anything. Yeah, you also were playing it for a relatively long time. So you got used to those kind of controllers." Yeah, shrines feel a little bit repetitive. I am not going to deny that. But the one thing that the shrines kind of do is it has the opportunities to kind of test people to see how good their actual, like, skills are with everything is. Like, I will admit, like, one of the things I've always enjoyed about the I didn't want to move it up. I wanted to disconnect it, I swear. Uh yeah, one of the things that I really enjoyed in the early days of seeing this game was watching people kind of watching people figure out exactly what was the skill limits of this game. And kind of working around those. I can't believe I'm just a little bit short. Is this gonna flip the second I activate it? Of course. Put it right onto that square. It is terribly unbalanced. Of course it has to flip all the way around. And of course, it's now pointed the wrong way. Yeah, watching the amount of skill that some people had at the beginning of this game, like when it first came out, was astounding. Because there were some things that people were doing in this game that looked like witchcraft. Like, I honestly believe that the videos of the people taking two minecarts, sticking them together, and using it for a flying machine, I have no doubt that that actually inspired some of the stuff for Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, that's 2 spirit orbs. I do like how it keeps track of your current soul orb count and how many shrines you've actually done. Like, because those are technically 2 numbers that you need to know. And just showing how many shrines you've done would not help. Okay, time to actually explain what we're doing over here. So, uh, we are actually going to be taking on Hyrule Castle. Like, I had a bit to think about this. Like, and even like all the way walking over here, I had my doubts on this. But I actually... Oh wait, I should probably... No, I can't really see it from here. Uh, I wanted to take a picture of the island that he was talking about. So I wanted to take on Hyrule Castle second after going to Kakariko Village, but then I realized that if I did that, I would actually be doing it fifth. Because, as I mentioned, I have to do all the stuff with... After Kakariko Village, I had to go to Hateno Village. After I go to Hateno Village, I needed to go to Akala Citadel. And then after going to Akala Citadel, I would be very tempted to try to do the maze that's up there. But I honestly think the first thing that we should do is sneak our way into Hyrule Castle. And it's relatively simple, because if we do it this early into the game, we're not actually going to be running into too many heavily armored... Sorry, too many high-level enemies, but we will be finding high-level gear. And the quest that we just opened up does tell us something. There is actually a piece of gear in there that is DLC based. That gear... Uh-oh. I forgot that there was a moving guardian. Gonna try to avoid it. That piece of armor, by the way, is... Like, while it is not the armor I'm gonna be using the entire time, in battle, it's actually relatively useful. That set of armor makes it so that weapon, combat skills that you do, so, Flash, if you can look this up for me, can you double check with me, what I'm about to say? So, the Royal Guard gear. Yeah, it's just just putting it on where I got it, not actually a thing about it. So the Royal Guard set. If you can remind me of what exactly this does, because if I remember correctly, the armor says that when you wear it, things like Perfect Guard and like, not Swift Strike, but like the one where you jump away and then hit it several times really quickly. That both of those skills are more effective when you use it. And for a starting set of armor, it's actually pretty useful. Keep thinking that these barrels are gonna have arrows in it. Oh, that's something that I actually found out because while I was at work today, I was watching a preview video. Serpentine. Okay. Wearing the full set only decreases the stamina uses of Link's charge attack. and also reduces while dash swimming. So anything that you do that is stamina based, its cost will go down. Thank you. I remember there was something like that that it used something like that, but I couldn't remember if it's the one that makes guarding better, or if it's the one that reduced stamina cost. And as like a dang it. And it's yeah, the problem is that it can't be dyed. You can't dye it a different color, which instantly makes it kind of a bad set of armor for me. Oh my gosh. I was just trying to sneak through here. Why'd you have to make it so awkward? I think I barely made that. It cannot be enhanced by fairy stuff. Yeah, that one I knew. Yeah, I was moving just fast enough that I could avoid that. Okay, I'm gonna coop that, move faster. Oh, come on! I am trying very hard not to be shot by lasers. I am trying incredibly hard. I think I'm going to have to take this guy out. There we go. That way I can actually climb it more properly without a... Dang it, it's like the first one in which it actually has a spiral up. So I'm gonna need to take both of them out. I remember, Flash, I'm not sure if you remember this, but back when we had met up, I was trying to to this tower exactly. And getting frustrated to the point of just walking up and pelting it with arrows because I had like 500 at that point. I didn't really care. Yeah, if anything, it tells you I shouldn't be here right now. It is definitely the amount of guardians, both stuck into the ground and just walking around, that are in this area. If anything tells you maybe I should come back here later. It is definitely that. So I thought this one was, like a different one in which it had staggered. Yeah, it had, staggered rest perches. I'm gonna need to make, more speed up foods. Do I actually have a speed up potion? No, I already used it. I also got those mighty carps, so we can enhance our offense if needed. Whoops. I meant to drop off instead of jump up. So, what we're going to be doing is something that is actually advisable, but not recommended. Just like how telling someone you don't need you should never upgrade anything and just use food buffs the entire game, uh, is advisable, but not recommended. What we are going to do is we are going to go into Hyrule Castle because our goal is to get three things. One, we are actually going to get the Hylian Shield, which is the best shield in the game. And we're going to hold on to that shield for very specific purposes. Because it's not perfectly durable. Like, it will break after a bit. But the cool thing about it is that it has several bonuses that are pretty great. Like, I believe it will auto deflect. Uh, it will auto deflect guardian shots. I can't remember how many. I do know that some of them only do it once, and some of them does it up to a set amount of times. But it takes a massive drain on their durability. We are also going in there for uh, the Black Royal set. The Black Royal armor. Weapons. Why am I messing up? Sheikah Slate updated. Sheikah sensor for detecting shrines. Activate or deactivate. Sensor. We're turning that off for right now because I know where a lot of them are. And yes, we have a shrine sitting right there, but that's beside the point. What we want to do, let's go there. So we can actually have a good bead on the, Is it having a bead on something? Like you put a dot on the, on a subject? Or is it beat? You have their beat like you're finding their pulse. I can never actually remember what the actual turn of phrase is. But I'm gonna be real with you. Uh, some of the things in this game are actually going to be hard to find. Ugh. Yeah, oh gosh. That was a lot of chew jelly. Fly free, herons. Hello, fox. I'm not gonna hurt you because my sister likes you too much. I believe it's the quarry ruins. Uh, I believe it's the quarry ruins or just after this bridge that is supposed to be the, yeah, bead. Yeah, I thought it was because you're putting a dot on something. Uh, kind of like, kind of like the red dot sights from, that you would put on a gun. But I've also heard people say beat, like unironically say beat, when talking about that, because they're following their pulse. I've heard both ways be used, but if it's actually bead, then I'll just take it. So again, um, I'm not gonna say not to do this, because it's ill-advised. But us heading into the us heading over here is actually pretty useful. Come on. Lose track of me. Lose track of me. Go back to your home. Home is there. Ugh. Many Talos enemies. And this is why you always keep an iron sledgehammer on you. Because rock and metal-based enemies, uh, they are a lot more weaker to blunt force damage and not sharp. I know for a fact that there is a chest over here. Am I just remembering it wrong? I thought that there was a chest that was over here. Like, I love how they just put a... Oh, he saw me again. A tree nut. Come on. Oh my gosh. If I make a break for it, I could make it over there before they shoot me. Dang it, I don't actually have anything to help with running. I'm gonna just have to manage. Oh, whoops. Uh... I made it. Made it through the gate. Oh, no, don't keep standing and stuff. What are you doing? Well, that was stressful. Gonna make sure I actually save there. Man, it's a good thing that their pathing tells them that they can't actually go through here. Uh... So, there's two reasons to actually go in here early. One, you're actually looking for the secret cutscene where you talk to Zelda, and she goes, "Oh, you traveled so hard along your way, but you didn't actually accomplish anything. So, did you even really play the game? Why are you here?" Uh, or more specifically, you're here for the high-end items, like 50 rupees. Like that's a bit. So if I remember correctly, the way for us to go in here right now is definitely not through the front door. We actually want to progress a little bit over to the side and go around. Here's one of these things. That one's awake. Is it? Yeah, it's not dirty. One of its arms are broken. Definitely think it's moving. Okay. Shh. Don't give me away, birds. Ow. Yeah. I don't even think I'm supposed to be within the city walls. Left side through the castle quarry ruins. Uh, right, because there's the entrance that's over here. I could try that. gonna try to go back out or up the side of the walls to try to head out over there. I'm not gonna cut through the entirety of this place. Here it is. If I remember correctly, yep, ladder. Yeah, and if you're wondering why I remember that there's a ladder there, Korok puzzle. Come on. Got it. No, it's actually really helpful that you, reminded me of the minecart track, because that's actually one of the areas that we needed to go to. Because that's the area with the shield. So yeah, as long as we just keep following, tops of this thing, should be relatively safe. Can I not climb up that one? Oh well. I do remember there being quite a few chests that were also... Ugh, that were also in these areas. Oh hey, another one. Oh, that's a running puzzle. I'm not doing that one. Uh-oh. 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 I'm gonna hope that it's saved after the Korok seed. Oh my gosh. Is my microphone a little bit low? Like, at least lower than where it was earlier? Oh, thank goodness it did save. I do like how I'm doing this. Woo! Barely got it. Stop it. Can I climb to this window? Yep. There we go. Hey, a chest. Bomb arrows. We actually made it. Okay. Let's just throw down another quick save. Because I don't want to do all that again. And I promise I will show the hero's path at the end, and we're going to see so many deaths. Change stamp to that. Because we're not doing this one yet. Specifically this one. Because I've actually had my eye on this one, and I have a note that says do not do this one just yet. Either way, it is... Oh, I can't do a fast travel location until I activate it. Okay, I'll activate it. But I'll still keep the pin on it to remind myself I haven't done this one. Because this one gives a semi-rare item, and I don't want to have it in my inventory just yet. Because believe it or not, there's actually a detriment to doing a bunch of stuff too early. And that is, you might actually run out of certain items that are either incredibly rare, or you will oftentimes never see this held by an enemy. You will always see it in a chest. More of the gate. Of course, there's a chest in here. Oh man, I wonder what you're doing with all these bomb arrows. So don't worry. Oh hey. Wonder what we're supposed to do with this. Okay, where is the actual rock that's for this puzzle? Since we're right here, we might as well do it. Can't actually seem to find where the rock is. Put right there. Okay, there we go. Again, they keep giving us bomb arrows. Every single one of those. Okay. We actually... Yep, here we are. Oh gosh. Forgot that they patrolled this area. And there we go. We have now entered the final dungeon of the game. Each one of those orange arches is in fact an entrance into a deeper part of the dungeon. Yeah, that's basically showing you, hey, you should probably get to the top of the highest spire. And before you ask, yes, there is in fact a Korok seat at the top of all this. So, one of the things that I wanted to do while I was over here was actually mine the different stones that are over here. because we can actually get a lot of really good stones really early. Apples and acorns. A diamond. Okay, I actually wonder, I'm actually curious as to what the putting a diamond on a weapon does, considering that like the fuse mechanic, the fuse mechanic has this whole thing of like, oh, the aspects of the things will get onto it. So the Keese eye on an arrow will make it homing. A certain mushrooms will impart their effects onto it as well. Like, I actually do wonder, because you could put a ruby onto it and you make a massive fire explosion, in which a red, white, and yellow chew jelly will most likely just make a small localized one, and a gemstone makes a massive explosion of the element. I wonder what diamond does. We are going to want to make several stamina items. It also gives us some more healing items just in case. Actually, probably should have combined all three of those together. Stealth elixir. Hasty elixir. There we go. Raise your attack power. I'm going to make it using all three. There we go. Temperature. I think that's about it. The last thing we should probably do is make some simmered fruit. If I remember correctly, 5 nuts will also be 3. Yeah. Right now it doesn't look like there's actual, like, fire, ice, and lightning arrows. It looks like you always have to put something onto it. So I've actually heard several people say to just hold onto a massive pile of nuts to use as your arrowheads. I think I love how inconspicuous the ice talos are in this area. Huh, Endura carrot. So, this is one of the coolest things in the game, I'm not even gonna lie. So you take a bomb arrow, well, or you take the square bomb, put it right there. Just like moves it along. Dang it, I can't be using the switch back to the spear. Or not that. I want to use stasis. Uh-oh. That did work. Huh. Very cool. Not even sure how a bird got in here to put these eggs here. Unironically, my favorite type of croc puzzle is a gift of charity, where you have to come with an item. Yeah, you have to come with an item and put it so everyone shares the same amount. Really neat. Really, really neat. Okay. That one didn't have anything. Okay, where are we in the castle? Oh, there we are. Down there. We're... Yeah, we're where we're supposed to be. There we are. Lockup. Now we got the name for it. That should raise our... Well... So, unfortunately, we do actually have... Oh, gosh. We do have several strong enemies. Why did I crouch? There we go. Dragon Bone Moblin Spear. There we go. We need to take advantage of every item that they, Yeah. Yeah, I completely forgot that's actually how you're supposed to use them. Love it. What the? Stop it. Uh... Okay. There we go. Moblin Guts. Drop this shield, grab this shield. Sort of had before. We're actually gonna drop that for now. I'm also gonna drop the leaf. Party truffle. Neat. Just can't remember this is another hammer situation. No. Ooh, topaz. Okay, that's the room. I'm gonna look for some better items so we can actually take him on properly. Perfect. The Royal Bow. A 38 item. There we go. Out of shield. Okay. That did some damage, but not really. They have a lot more help when they have an item in their hands. Oh hey, we could just leave through this way. Okay. Dude, I could see you. Now, why did I do that? Why didn't I make sure that was actually a... Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Forgot these things breathe fire sometimes. Clearly, he was in prison because people couldn't take his hot takes. Let's see. Oh, right. And the way you're actually supposed to get in here is from the other side doing this. Right. Did I actually... Got this thing was here. It just blends in with the background so well. And to be honest, this is what we came here for. This Royal Claymore is what we came here for. Got your steel bow. Sledgehammer's breaking. Dang it. The yellowtail. Okay. Drop that. Equip that. Pick that up. What's in here? 100 rupees. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for a challenge of taking all these guys out. you know? Okay. First, we're gonna want to switch to Bomb Arrow. Probably a bad idea, all things considered. We are going to... we're gonna keep... Actually, we're gonna do one better. Gonna grab the Rusty Shield again, and we're gonna use that for a bit. So we could block at least the first hit with it. Okay, so this is a... I don't even say it's a late game enemy, we actually encounter it pretty quickly. This is a Stall Hinox, so a bone version of a Hinox, an enemy we haven't fought yet. What we're gonna do... is we are going to drink our Mighty Elixir. I'm gonna rip his rib off. The form of damage. He's gonna keep going around. Gonna remove the same pair of ribs again. Rusty Shield is nearly dead. Yeah, I just switched to the Claymore because it's gonna do a lot more for us. What? As you could tell, may have played this part a few times. Like, you don't do that. You don't do that without having done this several times. Yeah, the royal item's upstairs. So Hinoxes usually drop 3 items that are usually around its neck. Stout Hinoxes have them embedded into their skull, so it makes it a bit harder to get. So we have here the Royal Broadsword, the Royal Halberd, and let me just drop some items. Gonna have to drop you, sadly. Gonna drop you. And we're actually gonna drop the Blizzard Rod, even though it's pretty good. We don't need it right now. And we have the Great Thunderblade. It is a 2-handed, lightning-based weapon. It recharges like that. Very cool. It is, unironically, one of my favorite looking weapons in this game. And there we go. The Hylian Shield for 90 defense. Test of the Royal Guard. Strike down the giant foe to become recognized as a Knight of the Kingdom. Neat. What is that? 3 hours? 5 hours into this game, and we have the Hylian Shield. Very cool. The funny thing is we can't even teleport out. We are considered in a dungeon. So just like how we can't teleport out of shrines, we can't teleport out of here. And we could take the easy way out. We could just jump out this hole and then teleport. But yeah, my moderator in the chat said, we can't actually just keep going, because there are other things out here. Endura Shroom. Neat. Big hardy truffle. Oh gosh. Forgot that guy was out there. There we go. I am actually severely handicapping myself because I don't have a lot of the stuff that you're supposed to have going into here, like item slots. I do actually know several people who actually came here via the boat dock. Like, they actually swam the boat. Oh, I could just leave the area using X. I just realized that. The Moblin Bone Club is actually a really good hammer. Because the Iron Hammer has a little bit more durability, but you can actually use that club as an item. Yeah, I have known people that actually used that boat dock to get here, which is really funny. Actually, we do need to go through there. Dang it. I forgot there was actually a ramp up. Again, going through the front door is ill-advised, because there's so many sentries and there's so many things that will catch us. But this side path over here is relatively safe. Say relatively because nothing in here is actually safe, but, you know. Oh, don't worry, I'm aware that you can get another one of the shields later, you just need to get the first one. Just realized I need to, square out my items. There we go. Hey, cool, more bomb arrows. Barely got out of there. Holy crap. Yeah, scaling the side just straight up is a pretty dangerous way to do it because of all the sentries, but also because of these guys. They're actually pretty annoying to deal with. Oh my gosh. I can't remember who it was, but I distinctly remember a YouTuber I used to watch play this game, and whenever a how far back are they going to take me? Probably opening the chest. That was a long loading. Is it going to be the chest? No, it's actually going to be right here. Oh, after I'd already grabbed the chest. Interesting. Oh my gosh. I was so worried. They did not give me a good boost of wind. So I don't think I've pressed this hard enough. The reason why you don't want to do this is because, one, you're under-equipped. Two, if you actually do manage to get all the way up, if you do manage to get all the way up to the final boss, you have to fight not only him, but all of the mini-bosses that you skipped to get here as well. Ooh, wild berries. Fleet lotus seeds. Yeah, they just fill you up with literally everything. Okay, now we're actually inside the castle. Fancy that, we're exactly where we wanted to be. Fort Lizal Spear. Oh, I forgot to... Dang it. Of course I lose frames the second I do that. Okay, how far back? Hopefully it's not too far. Cool. Yeah, I get it, you're upset. Lizal spear. There we go. And another tri-boomerang. Okay, there we go. The King's Secret Study. 300 gold, 300 rupees. Today as the sun rose and a new day was born, my daughter too joined the sweet world. In keeping with traditions of the royal family, I've decided to name her Zelda. But I'm not a man accustomed to frivolous musings, but now seems a good time as any to begin my royal memorandum. Reports keep arriving regarding the excavation of relics. The fortune teller's prediction seems to be coming true. Calamity Ganon is not a figure of fable, or even a legend. He actually existed in our great land of Hyrule. We must investigate all the relics, learn as much as we can, but understanding the divine beasts alone will take time. Zelda's eyes lit up like a wildfire when I told her about the relics. I must admit, she has a knack for research. My queen has left this world. Her death was so sudden and unexpected, I awakened most nights unsure if she's really gone. Zelda never cried, never faltered, not even during the royal funeral or later, when she and I were alone with our grief. I must assume her strength is a result of us repeatedly informing her of her duty to be a valiant and steady princess. For a child of merely 6 years of age, her conduct was truly that of a born leader. Her strength gives me hope. From now on, I must raise her all alone. Now only I remain to prepare her for her difficult future as the Princess of Hyrule. Zelda finally reported back after her visit to the fountain. Seems her sacred sealing power has yet to awaken. It has been a year and 3 months since her mother passed. Perhaps she is held back by heartache, too deep to heal. If the Ganon prophecy wasn't looming over our heads, I would tell her to take her time, to wait till she was ready. But her situation is dire and leaves no room for weakness, even on behalf of my beloved daughter. My heart breaks for Zelda, but I must act as a king, not as a father. I must order her to train relentlessly at the fountain. I was told Zelda went off to research ancient technology, so I had no choice but to confront her about it. She claims she is simply using her day off from training to indulge in a bit of research, but I still scolded her. She won't get it through her head, forcing me to tell her the same thing. I have been repeating ad nauseum. The reason her sacred power won't awaken is because she's spending all her efforts playing at being a scholar. In truth, I understand Zelda's feelings, painfully so. She lost her mother, her teacher, and before she could learn from her, 10 pointless years of self-training without so much as a book or note to help her find her way. All those in the castles talk behind her back, and I, her only family, scold her for her shortcomings. No wonder she wishes to hide away in her beloved relic research. I left nothing more than console her. But I must stay strong. She must fulfill her duty just as we all must, even if she comes to despise me. I have been told my Zelda went off to the Spring of Wisdom. This will likely be her last chance if she is unable to awaken her power at Lanayru. All hope is truly lost. If she comes back without success, then I shall speak kindly with her, scolding her as pointless now. I forced 10 years of training on her, and after all that, it seems her power will stubbornly awaken some other way. Perhaps I should encourage her to keep researching her beloved relics. They may just lead her to answers I can't provide. For now, I sit anxiously. More a father than a king at this moment. I sit and await my daughter's return. And that's the last page. A Royal Guard's shield. Yee. Yeah, as you can tell, there's a few hidden items in here. All these metal bookshelves can be moved. The Stone Smasher. Oh, hey, look, it's a... If I remember correctly, this Stone Smasher, which I will be coming back here whenever they replenish items, is actually one of the oh my gosh, look at all those topaz. Is actually the best thing for defeating rock-based enemies and mining ore. It is literally the best. Like, they give you a spear that's like a that's kind of like a drill, and that's not even as good. Oh, is this it? Yep, here it is. Mighty bananas. And if you wanted to know, this is the real reason why we came here. There was a fast travel location inside the castle. Saskosha Shrine is one that we could use to teleport back here whenever we want and get high-end items. So there is literally no reason for us to worry too much about like having low tier items, because when we run out of really good stuff, we could just come back here after they replenish and get a whole new set of items. Unfortunately, to get through it, we must have a major test of strength. So one of the things that these boomerangs do is that we could throw them and then catch them back. It is one of the coolest things ever. I am not even gonna lie. That doesn't bode well. Okay, go hold this up. Yeah, if you want to know how I got so good at combat, I say good almost sarcastically. Uh, it's doing this shrine over and over again. Oh my gosh. I had my finger on the wrong button. Okay. We can do this. We don't have to do this major test of strength, by the way. We could just teleport back here any time. But well, I could have gotten hurt. I barely got that. Okay. Got him to half health. Gonna instantly break. Yeah. Okay, switching over to the Royal Broadsword. Okay. Whoop. Can't believe I did that. I messed that up so badly. See, I've proven that I could do this. I have I am quote unquote skilled enough to do this. And honestly, these trials of strength are really good for showing you weapon timing. There we go. So this guy, when you defeat him, drops one of his 3 weapons, which are... Dang it. Pulled it out, like, at a weird time. I just realized that my damage buff didn't carry over. That's Like, I could literally have just done this the whole time. But he would have just started blasting me as well. So it really does show you that, like, you actually do have to get in there with the actual, like, combat. There we go. One, two, three, four. Neat. I actually dropped one of each of them. So a garden spear plus one. Actually, double plus. Ugh! Where'd you go? Rude. I wanted that. What a... I'm gonna be honest with you. The scabbard for the royal broadsword is one of my favorite in the game. Flame blade. Wait, no. Ah, which one do I drop? Honestly, there we go. When a flaming sword of fire is your weakest weapon, you know that you've had it made. And again, there's a reason why I went here first. So we could get all these really cool items to use later. The third spirit orb. Had to load in a lot of stuff about the state of Hyrule Castle. Iron Shroom. Where were you before? I needed you. An Amaranth. Or Ormaranth. That guy's gonna try to snipe me. Okay. I'm gonna make the executive decision to leave now? And there it is. The Saskoshia Shrine. And we could just teleport back to destroy Ganon at any time. Very useful. But they do put us in a very awkward spot. Not gonna lie. Don't worry, because we actually can travel to the Boshkala Shrine and do this. Okay, so I wanted to do two things before we ended off for the day. One, I wanted to make it the Kakariko Village. And when we make it the Kakariko Village, we should actually have enough to purchase the armor that's there. Oh gosh. Like, I thought about it for a second. I'm like, I don't think I should use the lightning actually took out a few of them. I'm surprised. Like, these Stalbokoblins doing a single point of damage to us, dropping a Bokobo, it's it's weird to say, but it actually feels quaint. It's like, ah yes, we've returned to our roots. I may be somewhat used to seeing bad omens by now, but that, well, let's just say it's better than most. We're doomed. I mean, don't panic. Sorry, who are you? Have we met? It doesn't matter who you are, really. I was getting tired of talking to myself, so you've covered a good time. By the by, those strange things that popped out of the ground, do you see them? I'm not talking about that mushroom there. I'm talking about those towers. They seem to have popped up all over the place. That's not the only strange thing that happened. These long deserted shrines suddenly started glowing. You know what that means, don't you? The end is here. With all this craziness happened, I've been keeping an eye on that thing. To see if it suddenly starts moving. Which thing are you talking about? Talk about that Guardian, of course. Haven't you heard the old stories about Hyrule? Thing over there, when it's shaped like an overturned urn? That's what I'm talking about. Did you know some of them can move? One of them once chased me down and tried to kill me. This one here? No, a different one. That one was closer to the castle, but before the forest. When they spot you, they shoot blue beams of light at you. Man, I was so sure that it was going to be the end. I was prepared for the worst. Someone managed to escape into the nearby woods. You think my lightning-fast reflexes that saved me? Ha, I wish. Truth is, I just got lucky. And where here guardians like that still wander around Hyrule Castle. So be careful. Oh, don't worry. I was. To an extent. Engine screw. Sneaky river snail. Okay, let's have another talk with this guy before we head out. Hello? Are you taking a break? Where do you want to go? I'm looking for Kakariko Village. I see. Kakariko Village is that way. On the other side of the Dueling Peaks, there's a stable. Stop there and ask someone for directions. That's what we want. Happy to chat for a while. And what are you doing? I'm just patrolling. This bridge is an important route. I'm really busy making sure monsters don't nest here by chasing them off the bridge and stuff. Well, I killed some time here. Yeah, you're doing a perfect job. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but the fact that there are actually, goblins nested here is, really telling of, how good of a job you're doing. Spiked Boko clubs. Throwing spears. Like, look at all this stuff. Like, none of it is worth my time anymore. Like, unironically, going into there actually does really help me. Are you in armor? Yeah, armored cart. There we go. It really does help me because I habitually pick up everything off the ground. And so I'm just running and nothing is being collected because everything I have is slightly better. Everything that's in my possession is slightly better than it. Then I never have to feel bad. Okay, let's make some food. We all have some of those. Just picked up an armored carp. Uh, make some super greens. Oh gosh, that's 6. Uh, Probably got a crit on that. That's actually going to come in handy. What actually does this make? Glazed veggies. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna make another thing of these. It doesn't offer any special effects, but will increase the heart recovery when used with an ingredient. We actually want to hold on to these truffles and these bananas for a bit, actually. It's hardy radish, though. Oh, that's the other item that raises the fans. Um, Sneaky fruit and mushroom mix. Let's see. It's listed the foods, but it's suspiciously close to this. Hmm. Sneaky seafood skewer. There we go. Sneaky meat and seafood fry. Okay, we actually do have a lot of items. Let's round it off by taking 5 apples and burning them. Only 2 of those cooked. Whoops. Just close enough. Actually, I have no idea why I wasn't just throwing a single one of those in. since it was actually working. Maybe it's because I habitually think that you have to actually have two things mixed in. It's actually so weird. Now that I'm outside of the castle, I'm still incredibly tense. Let me see if this actually works. Yep. Made yellow choo-choo jelly. Means I could use this to make red choo-choo jelly. Very cool. We might as well grab this. Unironically, one of my favorite types of Korok puzzles are the ones where you just have to follow the flower. It feels very just like how you have to complete the fairy circles on some of them. This also feels very fairy-esque, where they want to lead you deep into the forest for you to get lost. That's 16 Korok seeds. That's a lot more than I thought I was gonna have by this time. I thought I would have like 4. Speaking of which. And just bump it a little. There we go. I wish their mask actually told you which mask alluded to the type of challenge that you did to actually find them. I just reused the last of my fire arrows. Oh well. Look, even this soldier's broadsword that I was so happy to find at the very beginning of the game, I'm literally leaving on the side of the road because it's not useful. It is intense. With like... Yeah, just don't need it. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, turn around. Come on, you can do it. Turn around. Okay. So there's a korok leaf sitting in this chest. So if I'm in need of a korok seed at any time and I'm in this area, I can just grab it. Oh gosh. I forgot that because I shot the bomb arrow into this place, the bomb diffused to a regular arrow. It's kind of funny. Okay. I remember just threw my sword at him. It was like that, like, panicked. See, look how... Look at that. Like... I'm literally only picking up this Traveler's Claymore so I don't make, actually good item take damage. Like, that is the level that I'm currently running at. Ow. You know, one of the things that I never actually thought about until it was pointed out to me, the bombs, since they're using technology to go off instead of an actual fuse. Wait, what is in here? Oh, a soldier's spear. Yeah. Because it's using technology and not a fuse, like in other games, water and the rain does not diffuse it. You know what's funny? I don't think I'm gonna get another point of health until I get a full another wheel of stamina. What was the... Yeah, there we go. Fortunately, they gave me literally just enough to get up there without having to fall down. I love the tassel on the royal halberd. It's so good. So I know that there are two twin tower. Ugh. I know that there's two shrines that are on the top of each of the dueling peaks that are tied to each other, and we were gonna do those. We were, but they actually take a little bit too much time. By the way, they actually utilize something that I'm actually surprised they actually let people do. It would have been really funny if they actually turned off the ability to do it, like in that room specifically. Whereas, like, no, you have to remember each one. You can't just take a picture. You can't just uh capture taken and then just go with it. You have to actually memorize it. But the fact that the because each shrine is named after a different person who worked on the game as an anagram. Uh, the two people that are there are the people that worked on the camera attachment. I'm like, I guess so. I believe so. I just said that like I know it. I like how the Guardian Spear Plus does less damage than the Royal Halberd. I was like, why don't you use them then, if they're actually the lesser item? And the answer is, if you don't know, uh, ancient weapons and anything that has that blue. Yeah, you took pictures on your phone. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh, every single time, I just want to keep saying sneaky river snail. It's so bad. It's like it's hardwired. Alright, you smell it, don't you? Like raw meat wafting through the air? Well, you guessed it right. It's mine. I'm Mezzer, and I'm a wandering butcher. Huh? Sounds a touch weird when I say it out loud like that. How about I whet your appetite with a little cooking tip? I've got just the thing to make your cuisine sizzle. All I gotta do is add a dash of rock salt to double your dish's deliciousness. Carry on with the finest meats. Huh? Can't be raw prime meat unless you got raw bird thigh. Nothing compares. Rock salt basically, whenever you put it onto something, enhances the amount you're getting out of it, I believe. I'm not 100% certain. Okay, what do you got to sell? Uh, I actually got some amber, actually. Let me sell you 8 of them. Let me sell you all of my bokoblin horns. And all of my bokoblin fangs. Actually need those for something. Might as well sell that. It's like I'm... Anything that has like an incredibly high value of parts I don't really need. At least on their own, you know? Sell that. Yeah. Buy all of your rock salt. Buy those. There we go. I'm a weak person. I had to do this shrine just sitting right here. I also know what's in it. The Ridahi shrine. Or the Red Ahead shrine. Okay, let it load. Timing is critical. This is unironically one of my favorite types of shrines. The type of shrines that are like, okay, you're going to let a ball run into a hole, get off of the button, so it doesn't immediately just fly off the side. Okay. Let's get off of it. I thought that was a full platform. One of the actually disappointing things about this game is that you could tell that when the platforms move, when the platforms move, your character model does not move. Your character model does not move until it starts moving. So there's a little gap of time. Yeah, so there's a little gap of time before physics take over. Feels kind of awkward. Especially if there's no actual animation for it. And with that, we have our first headpiece. Climber's Bandana. Unironically, I used the Climber's Bandana the entirety of my first playthrough of the game. I did not take it off. Because having that climbing bonus is really good. I just wish that the having the set bonus for having all three of them and fully upgraded was that was that in doing so allowed you to climb during the rain. I wish that that was the case. Okay, but what's in here? Okay, cool. I just replaced the bow that I lost. Yeah, unironically, for a bit, we're actually going to... We're actually going to refrain from using our better items for a bit. Actually, do need a... We need to get our torch back. Being able to two-shot those enemies with this Royal Broadsword is so good. Please give me something that's not a weapon. A boomerang. Eh. Hopefully you can't hear that. That's like a car alarm going off pretty close to me. The the Hadamar Shrine. The water guides. Since we had to use ice to get into here, It's no wonder that we have to use ice to get out of here. And it's mostly to show us that we can actually use our ice on walls, not just on surfaces. Thank you for it not actually being not being a weapon. Oh, here we are. So we put that there as a block. It hits that, and then it rolls off the other way because of weight. Put an ice block there to block it, but there's not enough space. Put another ice block right there to extend out the time before it starts falling. Pretty simple. Never even broke my stride. Large carnivores like moblins require sizable heapings of meat and fish to sustain their bulky frames. Thanks. Tip, I guess? Like, I even skipped a shrine for my own personal biased reasons. Good evening. Don't see a lot of travelers passing through here. You know, with how peaceful it is here, I could almost. It's sometimes easy to forget that the world almost ended years ago, but there are still monsters wandering around, and the area near Hyrule Castle is especially dangerous. If you're going to be traveling, you should know a thing or two about elixirs. Make elixirs by mixing bugs and other small creatures with monster parts. Most of them are no good at refilling your health, but they can do a lot with... They have a lot of unique effects. Some elixirs can increase your speed, others raise your resistance to extreme temperatures. I'm actually impressed that you've made it this far without any knowledge of elixirs. Can't have it on my good conscience, or if something happens from here, so I'll give you one of mine. Thanks for this hasty elixir. Using it increases your run speed. The recipe is just hightail lizard and monster parts. Yeah, don't worry, I already know. Been making them. Oh! I didn't realize I had actually spent that much time in the game so far. So I actually know someone who was going through Hyrule Castle at the time that the Blood Moon started, and he got so upset. He got so upset that all the enemies respawned while he was there.
Link, be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the Blood Moon. By its glow, the aimless spirits of monsters slain in the name of the light return to flesh. Link, please be careful.
I like how it shows areas that were on the Great Plateau just in case you somehow went through the entirety of the Great Plateau without leaving it. Now, if I remember correctly, if you hit a chicken, it automatically starts the Blood Moon. So this is what you do. Whenever you encounter a good dog, take a piece of raw meat You put it in front of them. They will be happy and eat the raw meat. They will then start coming near you. What you want to do is give them some more meat. I don't think they eat drumsticks, actually. Oh, they do. That's kind of a waste of a bird thigh. But
Hey!
I can give you some directions.
Hey!
Welcome to the Dueling Pig Stable. What do you think of the place? Pretty neat, yeah? It might be hard to imagine now, but this place was nearly destroyed 100 years ago. However, thanks to the blessing of the Dueling Peaks, everything is so full of life again. Even the wild horses are back. There's a lot of energy in this place. So, where are you heading? Kakariko Village? Hiteno Village or nearby? Wild horses? Huh? Did you not see any horses on their way over here? Certainly not as many as in years past, but there's still quite a few around. Horses in the wild are, well, wild. No one's cared or trained for them. If you manage to catch one, let my brother, Tasresian know. He'll register the horse for you. My boards are wellsprings of information about horses, so feel free to pick their brains. Here's Terenza to tell you about the roads in this area. Which were the Kakariko?
Oh.
Ah, Kakariko Village is the village of the... where the Shika clan lives. It's said that some time ago they had advanced techniques that were more powerful than anything anyone had ever seen. But that power put them at odds with the king at the time. And they were scattered across the land. Anyway, if you leave here and follow the road straight up north, you'll find a big bridge. Cross that and keep following the path, you'll come across the Kakariko Village Gate. The effects of the calamity still linger. For example, a lot of monsters come out at night, so be careful when the sun sets. Oh, sorry. I didn't notice. I was a bit lost in thought there. Been doing rigorous research day after night for the mystery of the blood moon. It's inexcusable. Listen up and I'll tell you about it. For 100 years now, every so often, when the clock strikes midnight, the sky turns red and a full moon arises. That moment, monsters have been previously defeated will come back to life. It's what known as the blood moon. Why do monsters return to life? Why it only happens when the sky turns red? No one really knows. Sorry, my bad. No one really has the answers to those questions. It's a mysterious phenomenon. If you want to learn anything about the blood moon as you travel, be sure to come back here and tell me. I've got the scoop on Misko's treasure. Great. Listen up, Dak. Press him. Hang on. Hey, buddy, what's your problem? Aren't you being incredibly rude and listening to our conversation, are you? Treasure hunters on the trail of our latest score, the treasure of the great bandit Misko. Preston, you're gonna give it all away. Sorry, Dak, get carried away. Anyway, we're busy here, dude. If you want anything, take it up with someone else. You again? Pay no mind to my little brother's chatter from before. Ah, shoot. Can't say I didn't try to throw him off. Hey, Dak, why don't we just tell him? Maybe he'll leave us alone if we do. I mean, if we can't figure this riddle out, there's no way someone like him will be able to. That's a good point. After nothing less than the treasure of Misko, the great bandit. Finding it would mean incredible riches. I'm not about to get this information for free. I'm no fool. That's the keen sense of the strongest treasure hunter at work. No gold left behind, not by Domadak. They're great, Dak. It'll be 100 rupees to learn what we know. Truth is, be still to get this exclusive scoop for 1,000. What would you say? Good deal. Way to go, Dak, you did it. The little twin steps over the little river. Let's go ahead to the location of the treasure and some strange secret code. Heard this one from a former dog walker of one of Misko's underlings' descendants' neighbors. Solid lead as any. Just knowing someone with that good of an intel like that, exactly what I expect from you, Dak. Oh yeah, she was the one from outside. Hey, I don't believe I made your acquaintance. My name's Beetle. But you could just actually just stick with Beetle. But even if you don't forget my, but even if you forget my face, you could remember me by my beetle-shaped backpack. Wow! Despite these dangerous times, you'll find me traveling all over Hyrule to fulfill your shopping needs. I stock many special bugs, a must-have for travelers, and I always charge a fair price. My name's not Beetle. I also buy all sorts of things. If you're in the neighborhood of rupees, gemstones in particular fetch a high price. For today. Wow. Okay. And then we get all these crickets. Thanks for the business. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again.
Hi.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed will cost you 20 rupees. Soft bed is 40. What's the soft bed?
Oh.
Well, the soft bed is a special bed that we're proud to offer here at the stable. Costs more than a regular bed, but you'll wake up more energized. Will you be staying with us? Yeah, sure, give me the soft bed. Wake me up in the morning. Okay, rest well.
Ah.
Get one free heart. Hope you enjoyed your stay.
Hoy. Hi.
Trust me, I took second place at the Hyrule horse taming competition. I saw that look that you gave me.
Ah.
Fine, you don't believe me? Let's go, pal. You and me right here, right now. I want you to challenge the second place Hyrule horse taming competition winner to a tame-off. Got it, mister?
Oh.
The spirit. The only rule is that you gotta bring a wild horse back to the spot within the time limit. Area is chock full of wild horses. Any one of them will do. My record is 2 minutes flat.
Ah.
Very full over extreme taming. Okay, I wanted to wait until I actually got the, I like I just replaced it with a different elixir. Come on. Yeah, I got it.
Ho, ho. Ho. Ho, ho. Ho,
Trying to win a competition. Don't worry, horse.
ho, ho.
We got this. Half a minute left to spare. Amazing, but I can't believe you beat my 2-minute record so easily. I mean, I won second place in the Hyrule horse taming competition to be fair. Just my brother and I competing. Anyway, here's the purse for the winning the competition. You earned it.
Ah.
Guess there's more competition out there than I knew. Maybe Hyrule wasn't that bad after all.
Huh. Ha. Hey.
Welcome to the stable. I haven't seen your face before, but I bought a room earlier. Bought a bed earlier. Know about the stable system? Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome to our stable. If you've got a wild horse, you could register it here with us. Rest, please head to the counter inside. Register horse.
Oh.
Got it. Is this the one? Yep. Not a problem. We charge a registration fee to help support our con conservation efforts. Fee will get you a locally made saddle and bridle. Here's 20 rupees.
Oh.
Is that just the name of the horse? Dapper.
Oh.
Registration is complete. Would you like to take your horse with you?
Ah.
Thank you. See you next time.
Hmm.
Be on your way. If you get separate from your horse, you could whistle it and it will come running, which is the down arrow. Horses are magic. You can't hear it if you're too far away, so do keep that in mind. Hello, horse. Eat all these apples. You will eat all these apples, horse. You will become my friend.
Hey.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay, what is... Okay, the bond for the horse is actually maxed out. That's pretty good.
Hmm.
Yeah. Brown horses like this are actually very easy to
Hi.
tame. Yeah, but unfortunately it means that they're a little bit less,
Ho, ho. Ha.
kind of have to control them using tank controls. It's,
Yeah.
I was a young lad. I used to use the Julian Peak stable as a base when I would go mountain climbing. It's the busiest place around on all these parts. So I know a few things.
Ah.
An energetic rhino beetle that will greatly restore my stamina for 150. Oh, he literally just sells stamina items.
Ooh. Ah. Ooh.
That's gonna come in handy later.
Ah.
Okay, now we're at a full gallop. The way this works is that you control them with tank controls. So instead of you moving left and right and they're instantly left and right, they drift a little to the left and right.
Hi.
Have you already been to the Spring of Wisdom? It's known that Princess Zelda visited the spring in prayer. I have a great deal of love and respect for her. Horse slowly drifting over to character, hoping they have food. Here it is. Kakariko Bridge. Sorry, I just noticed that there was a bunch of rocks. There we are. So we have to basically get one of these rocks over there for the, so we can complete that, Korok Shrine. I am so happy that I do not feel compelled to do 100%. So we are gonna just move on. Like, I don't even feel compelled to hit those rocks for, like, flint and, like, rock salt. Shalaka? You can see me? No. Shaloko? Then how are you talking to me, silly boy? Shalazad, it's been 100 years since anyone has been able to see me. I'm Hestu, and I need your help. Those monsters over there stole my beloved maracas. I think they're still on the other side of those rocks. Can't use my powers without them. So please, please get my maracas back from them. Okay. You just kept sliding. Whoops, not that. Hestu's maracas. Hestu's beloved maracas. He's been shaking them since he was 2 years old. Okay, now let's bring these back to him. Shalakala, those are my maracas. Please give them to me. Shalaka. But wait, something wrong with my maracas. Korok seeds inside them are gone. How am I supposed to dance now? If I just had one Korok seed, I could sing, dance, and use my powers to help you. I see. Oh, you see, I have the power of inventory expansion. So let me know if you find some Korok seeds. Never thought I'd be the target of one of their pranks. But wait, you have a Korok seed? You do? Got a Korok seed for one of those forest children. If you give me one Korok seed, I'll make your inventory bigger in return. Shalakala, what stash do you want me more slots in? Weapons. Oh yeah. I like how Hestu does the da na 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 as well. Very diegetic. Still smell Korok seeds on you. Want to expand your inventory? And my bows this time. So weapon stash is red. Bow stash is green. Oh, look at the time. I need to get back before Grandpa yells at me. Sorry, I have to go, but I still have Korok seeds. So if you bring them, so if you find any, bring them to me. Yeah, sadly you can only upgrade it 2 times. I actually probably should. Probably should have put both of them into weapons, to be honest. I like how they put this puzzle in the most obvious spot right in front of you, so that you're actually curious to go do that, and then go back to talk to Hestu so you can complete the side mission easier. There we go. I always remember that one. The way that you can tell that that's what you're supposed to do is, there's literally arrows stuck into that spot. Traveler, I'm sorry, but I seem to have twisted my ankle. Let me see here. So you had to see me like that. Say, Traveler? Where'd you get that object hanging from your wrist? See, it was up on the plateau, and an old man gave it to me. I see. Oh wait, no, the old man gave me the paraglider. I got this from the cave. Sheikah Slay is a symbol. It means you're the hero of legend. Though there are few who know such a legend anymore. We Sheikah have been waiting for you for a very long time. Please, before all else, I must insist that you meet our leader, Lady Impa. Where is she? Lady Impa's house is below Lantern Falls, just over there.
Oh.
In any case, it was a real honor to meet you. I suppose you're used to that, having lived as long as you have. Just picked up a tree branch again.
Ooh.
We're open, rain or shine. Enchanted right this way. Oh my, what's this? Look at that face. You're totally my type. Hi. Oh, and you even have a Sheikah Slate on your hip. Wait, huh? A Sheikah Slate? Isn't that like an incredible thing that only incredible people have? I'm not sure what all this means, mister, but it seems that you're a great deal more important than you appear. Do I think I'm gonna just walk in here? Welcome to Enchanted, my high-end boutique. We exclusively stock the special garments of the Clary collection. In fact, that stealth chest guard over there is highly recommended. We also buy anything you don't need, so talk to me when you're ready. Clary collection as a high-end collection curated by me, Clary. But of course, I'm personally selected each and every item here using my flawless fashion sense. It's all highly recommended. Each item has its own unique features and abilities. Take a look. Being stuck in this pretty town is, yeah. I'm always happy to take a look at what you've collected. Come back if you ever want to sell something. Hylian hood for 60. Hylian tunic for 120. Additional Hylian trousers. Isn't that lovely? It's a limited edition enchanted exclusive. While you wear it, your footsteps are nearly soundless. So perfect for hunting and stuff. Offers very little defense. Small price for extra stealth. One is 600. This one's 500, so I need 1100 in all. No, not the palm fruit. Okay, so that's 300. There we go. That's enough for that. And there we go. Literally, one of the biggest reasons why I go into Hyrule Castle is so I have enough rupees to get everything. So we can organize it by type of item, uh, set, so they're all together. Yeah, that's about how it is. To be honest, this for a while, this setup, wait, this setup was how I basically played through a lot of the beginning parts of the game. I really like the way the stealth set looks. It's pretty great. And if we do that, we actually have a scarf that's going behind us. Pretty cool. Okay. The quote-unquote fashion run really starts. Oh, there it is. You have conquered the shrines and have orbs. Want me to give orbs? Orb give you me orange. You give me you orange. Give you me orange. Or however that goes. Okay. You there. Who are you? How dare you trespass on Lady Empa's abode? Hmm? Is that a Sheikah slate? That would mean you're... No, that's not possible. Can it be?
Oh.
Please forgive us for behaving so rudely. Of course, we have heard the legends from Lady Impa herself. Please, friend, go ahead and step inside. Actually gonna switch back over to pants. Again, I actually like the way that the hood looks. I just wish that you could move the hood down to your shoulders. Like, free up your actual head. So yeah, I just end up using that. I can't remember if the Hylian set actually has a set bonus. Oh. Oh, I forgot I could just pick up all the items again. A man? Huh? Is that... It's a Sheikah slate. Ow. Could it be you were the hero my grandmother told me about? What was his name? Le... It's not that I forgot. I'm just really bad at speaking. As for my name, it's Pa... Pe... my name is Paya. Oh, I got it out. I know I should be able to say that easily, seeing how it's my own name and all. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my grandmother's been waiting for your return ever since I was little. Please, hurry inside.
So, you're finally awake. It has been quite a long time, Link. I am much older now, but you remember me, don't you? Oh,
What's the matter? You are looking at me as though I am a stranger to you. Those eyes, they lacked the light of familiarity. It is I, courageous one, Impa. Surely you must at least remember the name Impa.
Oh.
I see, so you have lost your memory.
Oh.
Well, it matters not. In fact, that may actually be a blessing in disguise for the time being. Dearest Link, please come a bit closer.
Oh.
100 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, 100 years ago, the kingdom of Hyrule was destroyed. After you fell, Princess Zelda's final wish was to place you in a sacred slumber. Then, all alone, she went to face Ganon. Before Princess Zelda went to nobly meet her fate, she entrusted me with some words she wished to say to you. I have been waiting 100 years to deliver the princess's message.
Oh.
However, these words which the princess risked her life to leave you, well, if you were to hear them, you must be prepared to risk your life as well. But I'm afraid that burden may be too much to bear while you are still without your memories. The choice to you. When you feel free, when you feel you are ready to receive the prince's message, return to me.
Oh.
The words of the princess risk her life to impart to you. I cannot pass them on to someone who lacks conviction. You are prepared to risk your life for the greater good? Ha! Not a memory to your name, yet you are still as intent as ever to charge forward with only courage and justice on your side. You have not changed a bit. Once a hero, always a hero.
Yeah.
Very well. Since you have lost your memory, I will recount for you all that has happened.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess. With the passage of time, each conflict with Ganon faded into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000 years ago. Hyrule was then blossoming as a highly advanced civilization. Even the most powerful monsters posed little threat to the denizens of the realm. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land should Calamity Ganon ever return. They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land. And thus, the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged. Upon Ganon's inevitable return to Hyrule, the princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil. The Guardians were tasked with protecting the hero as the Divine Beasts unleashed a furious attack upon their terrible foe. And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon. Oh.
Should have actually used that time to drink so my throat doesn't, seize up. Okay, 100 years ago, in preparation for the foretold revival of Ganon, we strove to follow the lead of our ancestors 10,000 years prior. But in the end, despite our best efforts and careful planning, we underestimated his power. In order to avoid ever making that grave mistake again, the princess left you these words.
Oh.
Free the 4 divine beasts. That's what she said. Seems to me that your Sheikah slate is not yet complete. The device Princess Zelda left for you is your guide and also your memory. Let's see. Someone at the research lab in Hateno Village might be able to help you.
Yeah.
The location shining on the eastern edge is Hateno Village. It's a small village, one of the very few places that avoided suffering significant damage during the Great Calamity. Sorry. Locked mementos. You are Princess Zelda's only hope. And Hyrule's as well. Cannot turn back now. Follow your heart and seize your destiny. Sika Emperor has been completed. I like how you can tell. Looks like a Paya's diary. Seems that she only just started writing it. Nah. Oh. Hey, Paya. Master Link. Is anything the matter? Anything at all? Can I help? Am I in your way? What's your story? You want to know my story? Well, my name is Paya. The reason I was named Paya is because I have a birthmark shaped like a papaya seed. Where is it? Well, it's kind of... Master Link, I advise you change the subject. I answer you someday, just not today. Please do not hesitate to let me know if I can be of any service. Okay, I'm gonna go. Good luck. I love how you could tell that Impa just sits here meditating all day, and Pai's room is upstairs. Journal of Various Worries. Well, my life left me today. The last thing she said to me was, "What's more important, the cuckoos or me?" I chose the cuckoos. The Bowmaster. A painter unfamiliar to any of us has arrived in the village. Claims he is searching for the Great Fairy Fountain, but that's near where the village's spirit protector resides. Must make sure the outsider doesn't learn the location of the fountain or the 2 shrines near it. Anonymous father of 2. That new guy in town looks like he really knows how to tune a bow. Hope he comes my way and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Lonely arrow girl. Day in, day out. I'm outside I'm outside barking people into my shop. I don't mind really. It's good money, and busy myself helps to numb the pain. But the only thing that really helps me feel better is walking among the fireflies. Fortunately, we've now been asked to not walk around at night because it's dangerous. I don't know how I can cope without the fireflies. Struggling shop girl. It's a precious heirloom that has been passed down through my family for generations. Recently, I've begun to hear voices telling me that the heirloom has an important destiny. That's gonna happen soon. It makes me nervous, but I can feel it in my bones. Papa, yeah. Oh, whoops. Stop reading. Okay, cool. This was me, the anonymous painter, serious painter guy. Wow, it's really coming down, isn't it? My Shiki gear, I'm fine. But are you gonna be okay? Hope so. For me, I love art. In fact, I'm traveling the world in search of beautiful landscapes. But just between you and me, here there's a great fairy fountain somewhere near this village. Here it's breathtaking, beautiful. Aesthetics aside, they may also say this place can bestow some kind of mysterious power on people. However, since I'm an outsider, I can't get anyone to tell me any more details than that. These villagers never leave the safety of their village, so travelers like me are treated with suspicion. But I won't give up. Oh, if I manage to find anything out there, be sure to let me know. Okay. Let's see if we can actually get something better than just a stick. The leaf guy got picked up, actually scared me into thinking that there was something I could grab. It is now, on my recording, 4 hours. Do I want to continue or stop now and actually attempt to actually get a good night's sleep? What I'm gonna do is I am actually going to stop here. I am going save here. I'm gonna promise next time we're not gonna spend 2 hours of it trying to go into the castle. Again, we could actually just teleport there at any time, go back into there, and now that the Blood Moon has gone, all the enemies have respawned and all the items are back. So we could actually just go into there and get more items if needed, but we don't need to? Hey, there's a horse. What we should do is we should take Dapper down, follow the trail, because all we have to do is just keep following the road and we should be able to get over there. Very simple. So next time, we will play a little bit more of this. I'm going to set this video to render and upload so I can get up tomorrow, so I could stream. I'll probably stream tomorrow as well. Like, I'm going to try to get this game done, and just unlocking the Free the Divine Beasts questline, just in getting to this point, I am currently currently at the 1/4 mark of the game. Because half of the game is doing the Divine Beasts and successfully completing a lot of the stuff. Yeah, it's like the Divine Beasts and unlocking all of the, undoing all of the map. That's about, like, 50% of the game. So, my plans are go down, go to Kakariko Village, we complete some of the side quests. I want to actually do the photo quest as well, since it's tied in with the story. Go up to Akala Citadel, do some of the stuff up there, and then while we're up at Akala Citadel, we go down. First, there we are. Free the Divine Beasts. Yeah, so while we're over here, we go up to Akala Citadel, we go back down to Zora's Domain, we free this Divine Beast. You would think that the next thing we would do was actually do this one, but we actually should cut across, go over here, go to the Great Deku Tree, go over here to the Rito, go down to the Garuda, all the while, like, picking up all that stuff, go over here, go back up, do that, and in doing so, we've basically made a full loop of the places, and we will have effectively unlocked everything we need to on the map. We hit every major location, now teleport everywhere. We're gonna try to do a lot of shrines. I promise, do a lot of shrines. And that's mostly so that we can get enough, hearts, so we can get the Master Sword. Because I believe it's 7. I could just quickly double check. "13 full heart containers. You need 10 heart containers in addition to the 3 hearts that you start with. And trying to use temporary health will actually cause the game to get angry at you and not actually count those. So yeah. We will definitely be doing that. By the way, unironically, I really like Impa. Not this version of Impa. I actually like her younger self that appears in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. She is like a character you unlock at the very beginning of the game, and I used her throughout most of the playthrough. If I remember correctly. No, I used Link through most of it because you had to play as Link for most of it. But yeah, Impa had one of my favorite, like, play sets of that. Because it literally just felt like it was a Dynasty Warriors character ripped out of their game and put into a better one. But yeah, I think I'm done for today. Gonna save once again, so I make sure I actually have it. Okay. See all of y'all later. Goodbye. Yeah, good progress.